Okay, hello, hello. I'm not doing the bouncy. There, I should now be doing the bouncy. Okay. Hello, everybody. Let's just, Yes. Boom, boom. Hello, Dusky Gray. Hello! So nice to have you. Let's get my screen to actually show my art. There we go. The cat does the bounce. Door. There we go. But yeah. I had a simple, drawing. I was going to draw a cute little cat today, but then I forgot that by the time I got home from exercising this morning. So I'm like, what should I draw? No. I don't think it would be a mix of the names as funny as that would be. Hydez. Hydel. Hydel. Anywho. But yeah, so I ended up drawing this small little map thing. Just a brief look. This is that section of the map right here. And this is the whole world. But yeah. Anyways, on to the actual subject of today. Patron doodles. The word of the day is scratch post, like a scratching post. That's 2 words. Hello, Shark Boy. Let's see, whose do I want to start with? Let's do Frost's, since his is also fantasy themed. Oh no. The Jaws theme starts, yes. So, nope, didn't need to do that. Yes, but, so you wanted, okay. Okay, god damn it. Figuring out what pose to do with this. A Zelda Owen just has been on your mind. Yep. Owen in the little fancy little Zonai? My brain completely blanked on what they were called. It was the Zonai, right? Okay, yeah. A Hylian version of his Sona. Could I see the picture of that? I've looked up morning stars. Some morning stars have the have a chain, and I don't know if yours does or not. So I just went with one with a chain. Okay. Hello, Blackhorn Buck. Welcome to space, because I never really gave a lore to where I am. I am in space. Which normally would be cold, very cold, but it was hot the other day, so I ended up canceling that stream. The Space Corps appreciates the space. Actually, today is a relatively temperate day for where I am. Or at least it has been. Maybe it'll heat up later today. Aw. Thank you, Razim, for the resub. No worries. Let's see. Also, Frost, you said he is a crystal dragon paladin. Does that mean he has wings or no? Because the picture you sent, the ref picture you sent, does not include wings. Okay, time to look into that whole royalty-free music thing again, or whatever. Okay, let's see how this goes, I guess. Just... Okay, you're gonna be a dick that way. Okay then. Okay, super dick mode. Why are you like this? Okay. Deleting that thing. I don't like using Spotify. Apologies, everybody. Okay, fine. Being bad again. Why is Twitch like this? Okay, no wings. Do the Mario Sports OST? True. I mostly just find, because if I recall mostly how it works is, well, Twitch is like, oh, you can't use copyrighted music. Its automated system basically just checks if it's on Spotify or not. So as long as the music's not on Spotify, I think we can play it just fine. Which is why most game tracks are usually fine. But yeah. Mario Baseball. Which one was Superstar Baseball? It was a good game. Mario Superstar Baseball OST. There we go. Anyhow. I'm gonna turn you down a bit. But yeah. Toadstool Tour, Strikers Supercharged, Superstar Baseball, and Hoops 3-on-3. I played 3 out of 4 of those. Yeah. I feel like that might be a fun one-off thing to do one time. One of the Mario sports games. Wario! Oh, it's Mario Baseball. Yeah, baseball's probably the better of the single players. Because granted, I can get it set up so that me, Vincent, and Alex, and maybe a fourth person all play, could all play the golf game together. That would be really fun. Yeah. Who's on first? What's on second? I don't know. Who's on third? It's really obvious, honestly. Oh yeah, golf is a lot more entertaining with superpowers. Like, I really, really do like golf video games. I think they're really fun. The actual sport is about as boring as it is unethical. Yeah, it's probably the Mafia Golf one with the lesbians. Powers of hatching. Yeah, Rent-A-Girlfriend sounds like it's bad. And, like, the exact kind of infuriatingly bad that if I had to watch it for whatever reason, I would have that basic reaction of loathing. Okay. Yeah, any other good shows anyone's seen lately? The 2003 TMNT is out on DVD now. Also watching some Gundam Build Drivers with Frost a few weeks back. Oh yeah. Speaking of, I went to go see the TMNT movie in theaters with some friends. So I've never really been a big fan of TMNT at all because it's just, wasn't my thing. But I actually really liked the movie. It was actually very good. Woo! 1 bit. Dies Volt once again takes his first place. His rightful crown. But yeah, it's actually very interesting because watching it was very much like... So basically, from my own perspective, I'm like, oh, hey, look! Here's all that wholesome male friendship that's not just queer relationships that people are like, why can't guys be friends? Cough, cough, Sora, Riku. It was like the TMNT, it's like, no, this is like 4 actual teenage boys hanging out, and it's really fun. It's nice and fun and relatively wholesome. Friends, brothers, what's the difference? I mean, okay, nothing will ever stop shippers. But like most, it's like it felt like genuine, actual interactions with like friends that teenage boys would have, and not just 2 guys in love. But people keep saying it's male friendship because God forbid the gays have anything. Okay. Should never give space on wikis for shippers. Like, honestly, I think the issue with shipping is a mixture of a general decrease in media literacy across the board for a lot of people, and the fact that for a lot of it, it's just, you know, there's not enough actual representation, so people use shipping as representation, which not the best substitute, I'll say. I mean, yeah, that's also true. I got into a discussion the other day about, like, the relationship at the end of Homestuck between Dave and Carkit. Like, basic... Everything basic, if you're paying attention, is like, they're into each other. They're in a relationship. And the exact nature and definition isn't your business, but it's like, yeah, no, they're dating in some form. But everyone and their mother at the time was like, they didn't kiss. How can relationship if no kissing? And shit like that. And I'm just like, hey. Yeah, they have very clear, like, married couple banter, frickin', like, several hello, Palmer. Several characters even comment on it and be like, asking if they're in a relationship or what their deal is or speculating on it. And the answer is that they're not comfortable talking about it publicly because they're both, like, 15 and dealing with shit at the end of the story. But yeah, like, not every romance needs to end in a kiss, but there are a lot of people, and especially bad actors, who just don't like the idea of gay things, will deny the existence of anything gay unless it's, like, so explicit. Like, it's so... we're talking about relationships and how media literacy is dead and shippers... Okay, so the conversation started with shippers and why you should never give, why they can get kind of annoying. And I stated that part of the reason is a mixture of low media literacy and just a desperate need for representation and validation on feelings. Which then that translated into just how relationships are depicted in media, which is regularly very bad. Characters are Barbie dolls for a lot of shippers. That too. There are a lot of characters who just like ship them because that one episode of Adventure Time and not much else. Are you a shipper, Palmer? Do you ship the ship? So what are some of your favorite ships? Things that have gotten you obsessed. I mean, you say that, I also am a shipper, so I ship shit, so it's whatever. Luke and Jamie from Street Fighter 6 is your current hyperfixation. I mean, again, that's also the question is, like, does shipping count if it's canon? Because most of the ships that I'm obsessed with are stuff that's canon. And, again, Link Sidon is technically not canon. It's just, you know... I made a statue to my best friend in the public square that's me riding him. Don't really do face-eating ships, but I do ship friendship shipping. Like, I want to see these two become cool buddies. Yeah, I don't really think I agree, guys. Like, Because, like, part of the thing with shipping in terms of it is, like, you know, making cute art. And, like, if you wanted to draw a cute, like, fan art of a couple that's canon in the story, that's still a ship. Like, people would call that a ship and would, like, tag it with shipping, with whatever ship name the ship has. Because ships just means pairing two characters into a relationship. If it's canon or not is irrelevant. Yeah, what Palmer just said. Kiba and Kankuro from Naruto. Yeah, I don't think I know those characters. I have a tenuous understanding of Naruto. Well, yeah, when the author does it in terms of like queer baiting, that's just queer baiting. Whereas then you get stuff like when Tumblr gets just obsessed with a ship. Partially that might be because it got queer baited as fuck, and Tumblr, especially in the old days, was like full of teenagers, so they hadn't really played that game yet. Because boy, is that not fun. The dog boy and the puppet boy. I don't remember the puppet guy. The four-way romance. Are you talking about the boyfriends? Okay, no, you're fucking some super Hulock level shit of Tumblr just shipping random characters. Okay. Yeah, you get shit like Jack Frost, Hiccup, Brave Rapunzel. What were some other ones? I remember seeing some that are like ridiculous, similar like that. Already time there's brothers. Yeah. And yeah, also to go back to what Blackhorn said, yeah, mainstream Japanese media, which is what most of what we get out here. We don't tend to get... Most of the stuff queer authors in Japan write don't tend to get translated out of Japan, which helps create the perception that it doesn't exist, which is annoying. But yeah, a lot of the mainstream stuff has very... its own complicated relationship with queerness. Japan is a place. Yeah, again, like, a lot of it, just most of it doesn't come out here, which is very frustrating. Is it any less complicated than the US? Yeah, it's kind of more complicated. So they have a very different relationship to queerness, just because different culture with its own values. But then also is to interact with, you know, America being the hegemony that it is and constantly spreading its ideals across the world. True. We don't have, we can just get married here. So, you know, hopefully that stays true forever. Fucking looking at the Supreme Court bullshit. Japan is a place. Hi, it's 2023. Okay, I thought, Sinclair, I thought you were talking about the wonderful Japanese term of a Class S relationship, which I just... Just wants me to pull my hair out on that one. But yeah, like... Okay, so a Class S relationship, and this is one of those... It's one of the very stupid Japan, what are you doing things. It's the term for a relationship where two girls are dating, and, you know, like, they're in a romantic relationship, but it's not because they're gay, you see. They're just really good friends, and they're practicing for heterosexual relationships. Because, you know, Japan doesn't know what lesbians are, I guess. Yeah, it's very much the, and then they were roommates. Which does hit into the try to classify... Has anyone tried to classify them as cousins? Only when they get, translated to other countries. But yeah, and which hits onto a similar thing with, Japan being really weird on that kind of stuff, like... They don't see it's that necessarily that weird if, like, someone who's a teenager or young are in queer relationships, because it's kind of expected that they'll grow out of it. Which is, not how that works. At least not usually. I don't know, some of them could be bi and just whatever, or they are just legit experimenting. There's no problem in that. But, you know, overall not usually how that works. But yeah, to bring to the other thing, one of the things I really hated about yaoi back in the day, I've mellowed on this a lot more, but it was something I was really peeved at when I was like a teenager, was how for a lot of the yaoi things I could find, and it was specifically that, it was just like a guy who is, for all intents and purposes, a girl, and then some like weird... like there's also a lot of like dub-con, non-con stuff that I didn't really like in it. So the music here is themed to the art, yes. I'm assuming this is like the Bowser level. These all sound like the level tracks from my memory. But yeah, well, and like, there's nothing wrong with people liking that kind of stuff. It's mostly fine. But I hate is like that's all I could find was that, and then Bara, which I also don't really care for. Yeah, and like again, there is I know-it-all problem of like people having what they want. Like, you want your gender role relationship, sure. Especially like in fiction or in real life, whatever. That ain't me. I very much want a kind of equal relationship. Well, gender doesn't necessarily mean unequal, but it can very easily be unequal. Yeah. And again, this was a lot of my feelings back, like, fuck, almost a decade ago at this point. Which has definitely changed and mellowed, and there's also just more stuff out, so that's less of a thing. Well, yeah, I'm turning 30 this year. Not at all scared. What are you talking about? Oh yeah, and that's the other thing, of like, since I'm also ace, I don't really particularly want, I'm not really there for open and, they start fucking on page 3. Oh shush, I'm not that old, Ray. Like, I say that because, like, anxiety, worried, and whatnot, but, like, 30 isn't old, people. I get very annoyed when I hear people just complaining about, like, things being old, and that's not even a new, recent thing, because, oh, I'm turning that old and I don't want to acknowledge it. I kind of always thought that, like, 30's not that old, people. Like, okay, 40, yeah, that makes sense, because that's, like, 40's usually when you're, like, middle-aged. Like, 30's fine. 30's 30. Get over yourself. Dun, 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 dun. But yeah. Oh shit, also... Yeah, speaking of 30... Not anyone I know. Everyone I know right now is still single. Including myself, unfortunately. But yeah. Chilling in my 30s after getting fired from the Demon King's army. Yeah, I think you mentioned that last time. Aw. Thanks, Sinclair. I also think I'm fun. It's just I'm also, like, autistic as fuck, so finding new people in relationships is hard. I kind of got really lucky with my first relationship, and that lasted about 4 years until that fizzled out. I didn't really even fizzle out, it was more, oh, yeah, no, I'm gay and she's a woman. Fuck. Oh yeah. So again, I've never actually even done dating. Actually, that was something... One of my things I set out to do for myself this month was after Hypnagogia's 1-year anniversary thing happened, because I was focusing mostly on that. After that is actually to start looking into... okay, allow that. That's fine. I'm not going to use Grindr, at least not as my first option. Yeah, like, because it's a hookup app. And, like, again, I got really lucky. I just knew them at school, and we hung out. And was fun, and then it became relationship, and then we moved in, and that was that. But yeah. Honestly, for me, what's mostly going to happen... I have this thing feeling my issue is mostly going to be getting anyone interested. Because once I actually talk with someone, it's going to be very quick to know if it's going to work or not. Because it didn't take long for me with Snow to be like, oh yeah, no, this is going to work. And then it did for 4 years. Oh, yeah, a lot of people are extremely lonely, and again, we don't really, our society doesn't really have a good way of getting people to interact in a healthy way. Thank you, capitalism. I mean, the thing is, I do find it weird is why apps would need to be made with that at all in mind. But then again, I'm also gay as fuck. I'm like, oh yeah, no. Yeah, no, straight guys are weird and treat straight women like shit. That might be needed to be taken into consideration. Like, I mean, there's that one app, I forget which one it is. Is it Bumble or something? There's one that's whole gimmick is that only conversations can only start by the woman talking first. It's like, oh, that's a probably smart thing. That's irrelevant to me as a gay man, but makes sense. Okay, yeah, it's the Bumble's the one. Yeah, I knew it was bee themed for some reason. Oh yeah, I don't know how to interact with any people IRL for like the starting of dating, because literally all three of my crushes I had before I even had a relationship, I only all got a crush on them after I was aware that they were queer in some fashion, being gay and bi for a couple cases. Because that's how I work. Yeah, and I know Bumble does let you, like, gay guys use it, but it's one of those, like, well, kind of what's the point? Because its entire concept exists in a very heterosexual framework. Human mind is a complicated thing. The old am I bi or just in gay denial? Where did that come from? I mean, that is a thing that people have, but... Oof. Yeah. I remember being very depressive in, like, my early 20s and whatnot before I got a relationship, just because the statistics of finding one is like, okay, I am queer, neurodivergent, and I have special interests in, like, video games and stuff. And I need to find someone who can hop through all of those hoops and who I share enough in common with beyond that. And I'm like, oh god, that's statistically impossible. I'm gonna die alone. Yeah. But then I found someone, and it worked, and then it didn't, and I'm like, it can happen once, it can happen again. Oh, yeah. Like, I'm partially as confident and blasé about that because I kind of exist in a bubble. Like, I don't interact with the outside world enough to be, like, genuinely frustrated by how unsafe and unfriendly it can be sometimes. I'm just like, I'm just gonna be over here doing my thing, fuck you. And yeah, if you like video games and anime, queer friendliness is good luck. And the funny thing for me is it wasn't even just the lack of how scary the world was. I mostly withdrawed because of disinterest. I got bored with the real world very quickly. Oh, that's also is probably wanting to find someone who's also a furry, which I lucked out on that one as well, because Snow's also a furry. Yeah, furries just have a lot going, and unlike anime and queer and gaming, when fucking Nazis and other bullshit people tried to infiltrate the furry fandom, furries successfully told them to fuck off. Which did not happen for anime and video games, unfortunately. I mean, that's understandable, but I also have to wonder how true that is, whether they work. Because, like, as is the case for a lot of things, when they get taken over, they tend to rewrite it to be like, oh, we were the only ones here to begin with. Like, there were a lot of women in gaming, for example, well before, like, to the 2010s, when, like, gaming pop culturally started to move away from just being a boys' club. But they all got kicked out in, like, the 90s because the boys' club bullshit. Yeah. Frickin'. Oh, that's fun. It would have been nice if my parents were into video games. They weren't. Okay, let's see. What other one? This is very nostalgic. Oh, yeah. I'm more ambivalent to having kids. Like, I'm just painfully aware of how stressful and how much of a commitment that is, so I'm not, like, gung-ho for it. But, like, I also can see the appeal, and I think it would be nice. And plus, I would just kind of want to be a better dad than my dad was for me. Just kind of because I feel like someone deserves that. Apparently, your angry face just infiltrated the household. Yeah. I got into games because my older brother was into them. And I got most of his, like, hand-me-down, like, PS1. And then he moved on. He moved because technically he's a half-brother, so he went to live with his mom. And I just kind of stayed with my own different gaming habits, which are different from his. doing with these? Make these nice and solid lines. I mean, I'm glad for that, because I liked PS1 style graphics aesthetically. But I'm also aware that that's because of nostalgia. Because we are very firmly in PS1 nostalgia territory. Might even be moving into PS2 nostalgia, honestly, I don't know. Let's see. Still have your PS2 and SNES. That's fun. I, unfortunately, my PS2 is back home with my parents, probably in a storage box somewhere. I have my PS3 with me, actually, so when inevitably we get around to playing some PS3 games, I should now be able to do that. And there's the trans goth rabbit furry making Bloodborne cart in the PSX PS1 style. Yeah, I love, and by love I mean kind of hate because of how it's frustrating, but also it's very funny, how desperate people are, and by people I do include myself, for Bloodborne to be on something more accessible than the fucking PS4, that just making it again on the PS1. Okay. To a lot of people, because again, like, that's its own full-on console. I don't remember if the PS5 is backwards compatible with it or not. And also, like, what other reason is there to buy a PS4 other than Bloodborne? It's the Bloodborne box. Yeah, it's just less convenient. Like, put it on PC, god dang it. Or hell, even just re-releasing it on the PS5 would probably be better. Yeah, I really don't like how they decided that they hated backwards compatibility. That was a dumb decision. And at the very least, it's something Nintendo has been mostly good at avoiding. Like, they only did that for the Wii U because they changed it back to cartridges from discs, and also no one owned a Wii U anyways. Really? I always find that, like, there's nothing Microsoft has that's exclusive. At least in my experience. Nothing in my term being either nothing I want or just nothing because it's almost always on PC as well. Fuck, is Microsoft buying Blizzard? Wait, they're buying. Are they buying Activision? Didn't know Activision was up for sale. Oof. I mean, I know they're the same company. Activision, Blizzard, King. Just an unholy Goliath of hate. And I'm annoyed that they have their clutches on Spyro and Crash. It's like the only two things they have that I like. Oh yeah, the PC Master Race shit was stupid. Okay, today's the, well, it's not today, it's the month, and this was Frost. Okay. Really, the FT... I could... God damn it. I'm very tired of anti-monopoly laws just not being enforced. Who are you missing from the party at this point? Okay. Next up, shall do. I just remembered what my formatting was again. Okay, so dies. Which one did you want again? Let me look. Let me look. Ah, yes. Oh yeah, the platform elitism. Yeah, I eventually moved over to almost exclusively PC gaming after the PS3 era. I don't like. What's the point on like elitism on shit like that? Let's see. I did get Bomb Rush Cyberfunk. It's close enough to Jet Set Radio as I was hoping for. Oh, is that on the the Epic Game Store exclusively? Yeah. Okay. Oh, the for platform elitism. Uh... but yeah, it's just meant to be a rando. To actually show that you're kicking someone. It could be a sandbag. Oh yeah, Twitter's like, I don't get the point of what the fuck he's doing other than just being an idiot. Like, why? What possible reason would you get rid of blocking as a basic function for your social media site? Yeah, but if he was personally trying to destroy it, there are faster and less stupid ways of doing that. Yeah. It is kind of concerning. I'm in the kind of place where, like, emotionally, I don't care because it's stupid and fuck him. But also, as someone who is now, art is now how I pay the bills, I do get my most amount of exposure on the dumb bird app. So I would kind of like it if the bird app didn't self-implode. Then again, it'll... Yeah, Blue Sky. Which... That's the Twitter one made by the guy who's, the guy who originally made Twitter, right? Yeah, like that. Well, that sounds like a delaying the inevitable tactic, and also, so the biggest issue with Twitter dying is that there is no good replacement for Twitter. Because Blue Sky, if I recall, is just kind of not shittier, because like you have to really try to be shittier than Twitter right now. But it's just like, oh hey, I'm trying to remember which one is the one that's like, oh hey, can you give us all of your information? All of it? It's currently invite only. Yeah, true. But yeah, one of the things, another one of the things I was also thinking on doing, since Twitter Jack is on board or whatever, that's coming. Yeah, I'm not. I probably wouldn't jump onto that one until it's like publicly out and thus see how it is. Because I didn't jump on Twitter for years because it's not worth it. But yeah, might look into Mastodon, which is always just being said because Mastodon is slightly confusing because it's kind of a very different beast from all the others. Let's see. How ridiculous would a com/sketch request be for me to go, how about no, without NSFW or overly complicated stuff? I mean, ridiculous like someone wanting Divine General Mabarosha from JJK in a femboy outfit with cat ears doing a peace sign pose. I mean, I don't know who Divine General Mohara from JJK is. Oh, Jujutsu Kaisen. Okay. Oh, that is a fairly complicated design. Jujutsu Kaisen. It's, well, it was good while it lasted, Dies. Also, hello, Kagero. We've been chatting about a lot of things today. It's been a very chatty day. I like. Digimon Ghost game. That's the visual novel one that came out recently, right? Like, there's combat in it, but it's mostly a visual novel, if I recall. No, it's the 2021 anime. Okay, never mind. There's a human body count. Digimon's straight up killing people. Yeah, Digimon's always been dark. Or, not always, but, you know, it can when it wants to. Survive, I think it was the one I was thinking of. Catboy, Femboy, Garfield. I mean, I could see that. Could always complain about Kingdom Hearts some more. What could possibly be there to complain about? What with you, getting through days in film form? I'm sorry, John, I took the programmer socks. Prior to Ghost Game, only one human died in any Digimon anime. Really? Yeah. I'm not at all surprised that they just made Days into, like, a weird short film. It's mostly, like... I'd say it's forgettable, but that's kind of the point. Like, they literally forget what happens at the end of it. And granted, everyone forgetting what happens is also what happens at the end of Chain of Memories, so... It's weird and kind of cheap, but also, to be honest, so was the original Days, so whatever. Let's see. I've played Birth by Sleep. More than once, in fact. And that's not counting the fact that the game makes you play it more than once. Like, even beyond that, I played it, like, at least twice. the world's only Kingdom Hearts player. It was made just to make you suffer, guys. Yay! Spotless bathrooms are spotless. What about Kingdom Hearts could possibly be causing madness? Still upset at Chain of Memories. You did not like the card combat, did you? You're very lucky Vincent isn't here, so he can't defend Chain of Memories and set about whatever positives he thinks it has. I haven't played it, so I can't really defend it well either. Apparently, Ghost Game just really likes its Digimon eating people. Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories or Zelda CDI. Aw. Kagro gifted a tier 1 sub to Sharkboy Owen. Woo! Funny thing about the Street Fighter thing. What about it? When Luke's VO was having dinner with the devs, they talked about how much Luke and there's so much Luke and Jamie Yowie, how they and they haven't seen any fan art that shows Jamie with another woman. They said, "Oh, in the new comic, Luke gets jealous when a bunch of girls start hitting on Jamie." That's funny. Look it up real quick because so I remember seeing what who Luke is, because Luke. Who's Jamie again? Ah. Okay. Oh yeah, technically Luke's not actually introduced in 6, he's introduced in 5. Even though, wasn't he like the last character introduced in 5? Apologies for that. Yeah, those terms, especially with like online fan content, don't really, or just kind of very plastic and kind of be whatever. Sound like a Tom and Jerry sound effect. Yeah. Because yeah, sometimes what they mean are very like it could also just mean like more publication related stuff, like how shonen. Like some things can feel like a shonen, like shonen is a vibe of a thing, but it actually mostly just means what kind of publication it's in. Similar things can be applied to yaoi versus bara. How sometimes bara just means any queer content in Japan made by actual gay men and not by presumably straight women. Whereas, like, other times it could just mean explicitly that one art style where they are all massive beefcakes. What about Hanamura Academy? What's that? Street Fighter 6, Tekken 7. Yeah. That tends to be how things happen. A lot of games tend to go in production in similar times and just to come out roughly the same time. Hydez, that's what that's also called. Oh, it's Zetai Ryuiki? Make a spiritual successor to Bloody War. So we're never getting an official entry on that. Yeah. I'm gonna have to pick up Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. Oh, nice. I should check that out and also check out Jet Set Radio. Because I've never actually played Jet Set. If you want furry combat anime, Killing Bite. Interesting. killing bites. Plural. Okay. Next up, Kagero, who has given me quite the interesting little request. You keep spelling it with an X somehow. I just saw the thing you sent me, Sinclair. Where is the thing? Where is it? Where is it? Okay. No, I basically never do a vacation by myself. it took me a second to be like, what the fuck is Like a Dragon? Oh wait, I forgot that's what they renamed Yakuza. Why did they do that? But they've made the Cabaret Club sections live action? That sounds bad. This is from Mario Golf Toadstool Tour. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Let's cover. Do, 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 do. Yeah, it says this is just the Mario 8 track. Someone else in chat, you have been poked. Yeah. Surprisingly, I don't think I've technically ever drawn this before for you. There was the one cat TF on the couch the long time ago. It's like 4 years old at this point. What are you doing for next month? Oh. Oh dear. I'll have to actually do some research for that one. I'm sure it looks of the time period. keep doing that with her. Goggle. Okay. Okay. Okay, yes. Did a brief shutdown reboot of my brain. Next up is Werenimal. Who I think I remember what hit theirs was. Let's see what it was. Pull it back up. Yeah, I probably should go grab a snack. So let me just sketch this out a bit more. Wally Darling from Welcome Home. Okay. I shall be the rightest of back. One sec. Bump. 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 Okay. What do I think of foreshortening? That's a useful art skill. Like, useful for composition. Oh. Oh, the song just ends right there on that. Okay. Go. Okay, I'm getting myself 2 snacks. The other being some nuts I have right here. Have I drawn myself as a squirrel yet? I don't think I have. I'll have something to do tomorrow then. Hello, Animal. We're just getting to yours. No, sketch. They're sketch. And perfect timing. Mario music has ended. Okay, let's see. What other tracks should I go for? Burritos and tacos. That sounds nice. What OST should I do? Okay, let's see. What's... Oh, I remember what I was going to do. Yeah, this should last us. We somehow get through all of this, and we're not done. I've done something wrong. Yep. They still need... It's honestly amazing how much they just never recaptured that. It was already different from Mario and Luigi. Like, they're similar, but I would not call Mario and Luigi and the early Paper Marios the same kind of games. Yeah. I do not know what their deal was. Especially because, like, right around the time Paper Mario went insane, the Mario and Luigi games that came out after were also, like, kind of meh. Like... I mean, I don't know. The thing is, if I recall, part of the deal was he doesn't really, like... His involvement and ruination of the franchise is slightly mimetically exaggerated. I don't remember what exactly his actual input is, but it's just... It's a weird mess, and hopefully they will inevitably figure out how to make actual games again. Paper Mario games, that is. Nintendo can make other games perfectly fine, so it's really weird that they just can't do that with Paper Mario. Yeah, that's very weird. I don't know why that Nintendo decree exists. Like, similar with the no, like, original characters who are those species. Like, you can't have permutations of Toad. It just has to be Toad. Yeah, just... Which is, again, weird, because Toadsworth's not even, like, from these. Like, he shows up in Sunshine. He's from a Miyamoto-led game. Yoshi's a Yoshi. do do. Yeah, again, like, it's just overall, like, really solid, very simple for people who aren't into big JRPGs, but really fun. So, I was gonna say, one of the games I've been thinking on playing after we're done with Road 96, which is, this is a may or may not on that one, is Bug Fables, actually. You just brought it up. Because I have that, and I haven't played it yet. So that's a thing I have in the back pocket of games that I can play. And people would like to see Paper Mario, but not. The problem that I have is that it's made by fans of A Thousand Year Door. Oh no. So they put too much into the badge system and not enough balance into general combat. Yeah, oof. Yeah, that's a bit of an oof, because I remember I played the first Paper Mario. When I first played the Paper Mario games as a little bab, I barely engaged with the badge system. And yeah, you can get it, you can beat it without being fancy with the badges, yeah. I barely bothered with the badges, and I had a hard time because I was a babby and not very good at games. But I was able to get far, if not beat the game, with very limited usage of badges. I think it was a struggle, but I was able to beat A Thousand Year Door without badges, and effectively beat the original. I say effectively because I got to Bowser, and I could never beat Bowser, but also the game ends after you beat Bowser, and it doesn't let you save, so functionally, it is no different. functionally, it is no different, Dice. I'm not still mad at him for healing 3 times. Like, I'm sure if I replayed the game now, I could probably beat him fine, because even with that, I know how to use the badges properly and could kick him to the ground. I mean, the thing is, I had seen it because I had actually made Vincent play it after I couldn't beat it, and Vincent was able to beat him, the final boss, even though I couldn't, because he got lucky and he didn't heal at all when he fought him. Oh yeah, it felt so cheap. And the fact that he did it 3 times for me on, like, my final attempt before I gave up was like, no. I barely do enough damage as is, because I wasn't playing the game strong, so I didn't do much damage. Oh, yeah, yeah. That's partly why I never really spammed that, because it's a fight that has a lot of lead-in. Which is kind of the eternal problem when you get to, final boss fights in games like that, where it's like, if you have a lot of that spectacle, and you want it to still be a challenge, obviously, because it's the final fight, but if it's too challenging, I have to redo all that stuff, and then it's just blah. But if it's not challenging enough, it's like, oh, it's a fun spectacle. That's about it. Yeah. I would actually be interested. The thing with the badges actually still just makes me interested, because I never really got into the badges in Paper Mario, as I said. So seeing a game that's like, hey, badges, do you like badges? That at least sounds interesting to me, even if it's like, oh, you didn't like badges? Good luck beating the game. And welcome home, Barnaby the big dog neighbor has heart-shaped paw pads. Oh, that's cute. The stat gains in Bug Fables is plus 1 HP, plus 1 MP, and plus 1 BP. Or plus 3 BP. But you choose one like at Paper Mario. Well, not even plus 5, just plus 1. Yeah. That is an issue you get with RPGs in general, given that there are strategy components. There is likely going to be an optimal strategy, and thus the type of people who like employing the optimal strategy. Yeah, as mentioned, Sinclair, I might do Bug Fables for stream once we're done with Road 96. Like, either that or, yeah. Yeah, it was 553, yeah. That seems a bit ridiculous. I don't know what we'll see. Outside of Bug Fables being bug-themed and being Paper Mario, I don't know much about it. Aesthetic. We don't need to acknowledge the aesthetic. Paper Mario, the new ones are what happens when they acknowledge that they're made of paper too often. Okay. Around chapter 3. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Oh, so you could hear that background noise? Yeah, okay, one second. Yeah, it was kids yelling. How do I consistently draw heads? So if you notice, one of the things I do is the fact that I draw multiple layers for things. So like, This little head here first was this layer. And you just draw circles in certain shapes. After that, that gives me a relative shape for what I draw for it. Sketch over it a first time to get something like this. Which hopefully is good. If not, erase it, try again. And then once that looks good enough, that's on that, I go over it a second time with the line art to make it all nice and clean. Also, hello, Vincent.
Yo, how's it going, Dee? I didn't want to interrupt, so I just popped in. But yeah, no, I am sorry that I'm incredibly late, but in my defense, I'm old now, so I can be late. So there it is.
Yeah, happy birthday, by the way.
I'm ancient. I'm just dust in the wind.
We already made this comment earlier. No, you're 30. Get over it.
Yeah, 30 is the new 80.
I swear to fuck.
True. But yeah. Thanks. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Sinclair.
Happy birthday. It kind of depends on health insurance. Oof.
It does. Thankfully, mine's pretty decent, given the fact that I got a bunch of things fucking removed and I'm fine. They all recovered everything.
That's good.
I got a hole drilled into my foot the other day.
That wasn't good, but
yeah. It hurts.
Yeah. I assume that was why you didn't show up yesterday.
Well, no. Yesterday I was just, you know what? I fell asleep.
Fair.
Like, there's no fancy story to it. I just fell asleep and was asleep all day.
Okay.
Might be a side effect of, again, I'm like nearing the end of weaning off of my duloxetine, and serotonin reuptake inhibitors do weird things to me, so, including making me very apathetic and very tired. So that might be it. It's like the second day where I was just asleep the whole day.
Yeah.
But it enabled me to wake up,
Yeah.
just on like without too much grogginess today. So I was able to have cake because birth.
Yeah.
And then I had a bit of an energy crash, and so I didn't fall asleep, but I was like laying down because it turns out cake has a lot of sugar.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh boy. I was wondering if I would fall asleep. I didn't, and then I was like, oh, it's 5. So then I came over here.
Yep. Oh shit, it's 5? Huh.
5 or 6.
Yeah, I've been streaming for about 3 hours. Woo.
And yeah, we're synced up still, so it should be the same over there.
Yep.
I was trying also to race through and get as many birthday messages from my servants and FGO as I could before 5 hit. I did not make it through all of them, but Candace's was perfect, and that's all that matters.
Of course that's all that matters. You checked hers first.
I actually didn't. I wanted to save her for last, but then it was like, oh, I had like 2 minutes.
Oof.
So, yeah, hers is great. She's like, you should have told me it was your birthday sooner. I don't have any gift for you, but here's what I'll do. I'll just spend the whole day hanging out with you. And I'm just like, that is the ultimate gift. Oh, and Europa's is funny. Hers is just like, on behalf of the gods and the cosmos, I'm so fucking sorry that, like, destiny just put you on this horrible path of eternal misery of having to do genocides and fight people and shit. It sucks, and sorry about that. But, anyway, I'm gonna pamper you today, so there's that.
Yay. Anyways, also we're listening to Paper Mario music, so we were talking about Paper Mario and how Nintendo has ruined it.
What about Super Paper Mario featuring Count Bleck and no one else? We should play that. Oh, thanks, Plumber.
I mean...
Yes, Super Paper Mario, very good.
It is.
I feel like not a lot of people have either not a lot of people have played that one or like because no one talks about it.
Oh yeah.
Like the discussions around Paper Mario are either A, Thousand Year Door was great, or B, I missed Thousand Year Door, it was great. You know?
Or C, wow, did Sticker Star suck?
I feel like any conversations about like how modern Paper Mario is bad or like later Paper Marios are bad, I just kind of roll into the I wish Thousand Year Door still discussion, you know? Because that is generally considered the heyday, but like as a consequence of just like, I don't know, whatever, like Thousand Year Door like hitting so hard, like Super Paper Mario just gets wrapped up, if anything, into just like that time when Paper Mario was good, aka Thousand Year Door.
Yeah. Well, because, like, Thousand Year Door is exactly what people want out of that, whereas, like, there are things that I know the Thousand Year Door fans wouldn't like about that one. Because, again, people gave that one shit when it came out. Boy, did they not know what good things they had.
That's true.
Because
the gameplay for, like, Super Paper Mario is very different compared to how the original Thousand Year Door did it.
Oh, yeah, mechanically it is a lot less interesting because it's not an RPG. It is a platformer. Somehow.
Then, like, people specifically do want the RPG experience, which I get, you know?
Yeah.
Especially because, like, Paper Mario is, like, the one place to go to that for Mario stuff, since, you know, the Mario RPG was a one-off that they never want to repeat for some reason.
I mean, they did. It was called Paper Mario.
Well, you know what I mean. Like, people do want, like, an actual, like, full sequel to Mario RPG.
True. I mean, they were going to get it, and then they renamed it to Paper Mario.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, do you think it'll ever happen?
Literally no, because... Okay, maybe, actually. I'd say no, because the thing is, the reason why they've never done that one as a direct sequel in any form is that pretty much all the new things in that one are owned by Square Enix, not Nintendo. As that's the main reason why that's kind of been a no-go. However, as Dice just mentioned, they are remaking it for the Switch.
Interesting.
So that so if there was ever a point when there was actually more likely for them to do something with it other than nothing, now would be the time.
Around now, yeah. The problem with that is like that's rocking a hard place right there. It's caught between two shitty companies.
Yeah.
Which that sucks. Same as Kingdom Hearts, except like Kingdom Hearts is like the inverse of Mario RPG, where it's like Mario RPG was that like slam dunk like amazing hit that like we never properly got like any follow up to, and people are still like thirsty for more content for. Whereas like Kingdom Hearts it was the opposite, too much content. The opposite of a drought, people drowned. And no one wants to be in the water anymore.
Speaking of, you missed Dies' update on that.
Oh yeah? Oh wait, what is he, because he's going through all of them. Last I checked, what he was doing, Chain of Memories?
He finished Chain of Memories.
Chain of Memories, okay.
And finished 2.
And finished 2, okay. I mean, that's not too hard. 2, when you don't want to indulge in, like, the 18 billion side quests, 2 is like probably 2 days long of just continuous playing. 2 is not a long game.
Yeah. The Dies.
A kind word to be said, really.
No, they did not like Chain of Memories.
Interesting. I would say again, I at least like the Riku side story. I thought that was nice. Outside of that, though, yeah, I mean, like, play-wise, I can't say it, like, contributes too much. And then story-wise, it's weird. I feel it contributes a lot. But it's a lot that because no one played it, they wind up just kind of skipping over mentioning ever again in later installments, which makes 2 feel really weird for a while.
Yeah.
But, like,
because 2 really wants you to have played it.
I like parts, and I do want to emphasize parts of the Marluxia fight. I thought that was pretty good. I like the idea of him just being this weirdly powerful monster man who just kind of exists within the organization. And then especially when you see like the greater scheme of everything the organization has going on, kind of in like 2 or whatever, you realize just extra how fucking weird Marluxia was, where it's just like What was he? What was his deal? Why did you let him in? What is this?
He was
He
the
wasn't a Xehanort,
yeah,
was he?
he was the rare, very fucking rare non-Xehanort antagonist.
Right, it turns out in this grand scheme where they wanted to tie up all the loose ends way too hard and literally make all the villains like one guy, fucking, that man winds up really standing out as just being like, oh, just like an actual, like, unique villain that doesn't come from any other franchise or anywhere else in the grander plot. He's just a guy who's actually a threat, who's evil, and you have to stop him. And it's like, whoa, holy shit, you can do that.
Yeah. Again, he does get wrapped up because he does show up in 3 as part of the True organization.
Oh shit, does he?
Yeah, he's one of their members. Which makes this whole thing in Chain of Memories even funnier.
Wait, so he is one of the Xehanorts then, you mean?
Yes, they retconned him into being one of them, yes.
Did he even have any of the signs?
No, he didn't.
What the fuck? Well then, yeah, that retcon does make Chain of Memories make less sense. He was rebelling against himself. Stupid.
Yeah, so I think what happened was... I think the logic they use is after Chain of Memories, when he got brought back, basically, that's when he got Norded.
He got Norded. I like that that's just a term you can use, and if you're in the know, it actually makes perfect sense.
And that's the worst part.
Yeah, it is. So they just picked him back up and was like, you're powerful, I'm gonna fill you full of me juice.
Him and Larxene.
Oh, her too? Damn. We're really running out of people. She
Oh, yeah.
is not useful.
Oh yeah, it's entirely just they didn't have enough people, and for whatever fucking reason, they didn't want to make new characters to fill out the 13 Xehanorts. So it's like literally all of the remaining fucking members who just weren't doing anything. They're still there.
That's so stupid. That just beyond reeks. That literally is just that whole idea of like the scope was like way past what they actually had like prepared. They're like, there'll be 13 new villains. Like, do we have like different people from around the plot that would really make sense to put in 13 seats? No. But we have had other characters.
Like, I believe, like literally all of Luxord is there.
No. What? You know they're full of. You know they're and he likes this phrase too. You know they're literally pulling from the bottom of the deck when they've got fucking Luxord.
I mean, they mentioned as much. Fucking, they have like Demix as a reserve member.
No.
Or they're like,
It's water game.
they're like, if we can't find a 13th actual member, we have him as a backup.
Oh my god.
Like, they do that shit.
That's so stupid. The whole Xehanort thing is just stupid. It was not planned well.
It wasn't.
Like, could you imagine if like Metal Gear was happening and then it turned out everyone was Ocelot? It'd be stupid.
It would be stupid. Like, they almost pull that where everyone's liquid. But, that's just more of a meme than literal.
That just ended up being 2 people.
Yeah. Which is...
13?
Yeah.
That's too many guys to be one guy.
Like...
And he already, before that was even introduced, you fundamentally, like, get the plot, like, properly rolling with the concept that, like, oh, there's, like, 3 of them.
Again, fucking Dream Drop Distance really jumped the shark.
It really did. By introducing everyone's favorite character, Xehanort Lily.
God damn it.
He, manipulates time somehow. So, there you go.
I mean, I like that. It was a better time representation than Luxord.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He was supposed to be time?
Yes.
I thought his power was just bullshit.
No, it's supposed to be time.
Well, I guess he does have that, like, mechanically, you are timed to, like, destroy the things or whatever.
Yeah. And he's really more like luck themed, but
Yeah, like
yeah, no, he's
he's
listed as time.
Time, yeah. No.
Yeah.
I appreciated him though having like the only like real life haircut in like the entirety of Kingdom Hearts.
It's not even luck, it's just gambling, yeah. Like, I'm saying luck is in trying to, like, derive an actual thematic power set from him. Because God, his looks are just there to fill space.
Yes, he was. They had so little to do that they wound up actually making him really weak, not memorable, I guess, but like notable in 358 over 2 days.
Yeah.
Where it's just like like everyone else has like at least some kind of character, and then with Luxord, clearly they were just like stuff random dialogue in there, and he comes out sounding like absolutely insane. Like everyone else in the organization is like either broody or wacky, and then he just comes off like his mind fucking cracked. They've got a guy who like desperately needs like therapeutic intervention on the team, and just like no one notices.
Yeah. But yeah,
like they'll say a non sequitur during a meeting about like birds and fortune and whatever, and everybody will be like, "That's a really good contribution, Luxor. Very good." But anyway. Like, he's on PCP. Like, 100%. But yeah, you know, it's all ultimately just going to be the one guy, so that's what matters.
And again,
really
it's extremely frustrating in terms of how much shark jumping, because before Dream Drop Distance came out, like, there's enough information there in the plot to realize the plot of 3 is just, we've defeated Xehanort's Heartless, and Xehanort's Nobody. And it turns out when doing that, you bring the original person back. Oh no, we have to go defeat him a third time. Like, that's all they needed. That works. But then they threw in 13 of him, who, again, they then couldn't bother.
They really couldn't. Which sucks, because it's like, that's not, like... Again, like, initially, like, the idea, yeah, like you said, it's very good, where it's like, oh, we could just have a thing where, you know, you can't thwart stage 1, like, the villain will be released, and then you have to fight him. And, like, that's fine. And then they just kind of forgot.
Well, again, it's kind of because, like, I think people guessed that, and Nomura did the thing of, people guessed what we were going to do, we have to do something different now. That they'll never fucking guess.
And the different thing was just like, yeah, this thing that we're doing, we're just gonna overblow it.
Nothing could possibly go wrong.
We'll have to see how the cards shake out. Wait, fuck, I mean times. Yeah, Luxor do be that way.
He do be that way.
Again, because he's just, like, not even a character. He appears in 2, the game that's supposed to be all about the organization. He appears, what, 2 times?
Yes, he appears...
2 times.
He...
Like, once in the pirates area, and
to be like, hello, I exist. And then when you fight him, he shows up and is literally like, I'm not really one for formalities. So you don't talk to him at all. Fight just happens.
Like, we had a boss fight concept, and deal with it. Pirates in Uncanny Valley. That is true. That area trying to like mimic in animation style the fact that was just like a live action movie and like get everyone's faces. It's like it's weird.
They do something similar / interesting with the pirates level in the 3rd game. Namely, I think to kind of avoid that. Now, when they visit there, Sora, Donald, and Goofy get a makeover, just like it's fucking Halloween Town or some shit. So
what?
They get like a pirate look, so they don't look as out of place.
Oh well, I mean that wouldn't help with like the real humans everywhere, though, would it?
I mean, they just do pretty standard, like, CGI instead. Well, not you know what I mean, 3D models.
I don't even know if I do know what you mean.
Well,
I like to pretend.
Yeah. Just skip this real quick.
Also, they, from what I remember, in 2, they also, like, the color palette of that world and all the characters is very dull compared to, you know, what the player character has going on.
Yeah.
And that also strikes, it is very, like, dissonant.
Yeah, like...
You're running around so fucking colorful. And everything else is just, like, white and brown.
Yeah, here's some examples, by the way.
Let me see. I don't... I mean, okay, I'll say that they look... Like, the trio looks pretty good. But I still do not like that picture with Sora next to Jack. I don't like it. Because, like, they're trying to look similar in terms of, like, general, like the style, sure, but, like, his face next to, like an anime designed face next to, like a human face, like a modeled real person face. It doesn't look very good. Like, either on its own would be fine. Just in the same shot, though, no. Although, okay, looking at, like, the solar map or whatever...
Yeah, like, that's what it looks like in gameplay, basically.
The water is a little too clear, I think. I don't know, I'm not Alex, so I can't immediately tell you everything wrong with the graphics, but... I can say that, like, it doesn't... I don't know, I don't like the look of it, personally. It doesn't look very good. Like, if they made the water a little more, like, opaque, and they made the colors pop more on, like, the trees or whatever, that'd be, like, one thing. But it just doesn't feel right. I don't know, it's like it's too... Like, it looks unfinished.
Yeah.
This kind of looks like a... like a close to release but not quite released yet version of like a Ubisoft game, you know? Looks very like Assassin's Creed-y. Which I don't know, maybe that's not bad. I know a lot of people do like Assassin's Creed, so I like the first two.
No, this is Sinclair's request. Theirs just happens to also involve Wernimal. Whoop.
I really don't like this weird subset of I don't know what to call them. Not influencers. Like, what the fuck would they be called? I guess just like, I don't know, YouTube internet people of some kind that just seem to really want to go out of their way to make the fucking Ghost Stories dub seem like it's just a thing that like localizers do normally and wasn't like specifically a one-off joke dub thing.
Yeah. Like, are these people trying to argue for why dubs shouldn't exist or some stupid shit?
I don't know. It's probably some of that. I don't know what else. Or like they make it sound like, whoa, this dub is crazy. Like it's a flavor of regular localization when it is in fact not that.
Yeah, it's like,
And
oh
no
no.
regular localization would turn out like that.
Yeah, you're listening to what is effectively a
It's a gag dub, yeah.
yeah, a gag dub, also known as an abridged series.
Yeah. Like what should be being pointed out is that like it's neat that an actual studio was like allowed to do that rather than just like it's crazy they can make a dub like this, and it's like not really, they can't. Most of the time you can't do that. That was a very unique circumstance.
Uh,
That's, that's what I'm talking about, the Ghost Story stuff. Like a lot of people talk about it like, what? This is an anime dub? And it's like a special one, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like it was a unique situation. But I just feel like people treat it disingenuously. Like they treat it like that's a normal thing that could happen and or maybe should happen more, I don't know. Where it's like it's not that. It's not like a thing that can normally occur in like the localizing writing process. Like they don't do that normally. Like no company is usually allowed to do that. And that's why Ghost Stories is cool, because they let them get away with it. They were like, you can do this. We give you permission. And it's like, cool. Technically, that was also the case for Shin-Chan as well, when it was briefly over here. Although that was a slightly different deal. But it was similar. It wasn't like the full, like, you were literally allowed to do anything that they got for Ghost Stories.
I mean, that one's a more literal abridged series because they didn't even bother giving us all of it because there's fucking like 1,000 episodes and they only got like 3 seasons of Shin-Chan.
Yep. I'm trying to remember how many episodes that totaled, like how much they were actually able to get. It was it like? It was like 50? Wait, no, it was less than that, I think. Like 30 something, I want to say. Oh, Genshin Impact ad. I love how MiHoYo just has like cornered the market on random advertisements everywhere between like all their different series.
Yeah.
It's like, do you want a Genshin ad? Do you want one of the Honkai ads? What do you want? Are you Diamond Underworld Doctor? Are you feeling sick? Yeah, Sinclair, that's more or less what I feel when I see a lot of that shit. What the fuck? So, Crony is just getting introduced to FGO and I guess already wants to fuck Poyanskaya, which that's a thing, I suppose. Like, I'm not gonna say bad taste in women, but I will say amateur taste in women. Anyway, so what's Boruto doing, Palmer?
Apparently they time skipped in Boruto, so Boruto Shippuden has happened basically.
Oh shit. They can do that? There's enough content to just skip ahead and still have a lot to do?
I mean, yeah, it's a shonen series that's being written via inertia alone.
Alright. Well, as long as people like their colorful ninjas. Like, it's at that point now where it's like, it's so weird for me. Again, as I've often mentioned, as someone who's always been very far removed from the Naruto franchise, just was never one of my childhood things, I never got into it. Like, I'm at that point now where it's like, I had my phases of just like, oh, I don't like this thing. Oh, this thing is popular, so I really hate it. Oh, people who like this thing are lesser than me. I've been through all of that, and I've like arrived now at this point where it's just like, you know, I can't judge, obviously. I get it and I don't at the same time, because it's like, while I don't understand people's love for the colorful little ninja people, I can understand love for colorful little superhero people, because I'm a Hero Academia fan, so like, you know, they're similar. At least I assume they're similar.
Then just nerfing their OGs while hard capping the usefulness of jutsus, because every bad guy now has some BS like jutsu absorption and reflection.
Jutsu absorption. Isn't a jutsu just like a move? That's one of those things where they do the hand signs, right?
Yeah, that's basically just the magic system in their story. So, boy, they would have gotten really far in terms of bullshit if they had to introduce a magic system nullifier. Here's a new magic system.
How would you absorb hand signs? Would you like suck up their hands?
It absorbs the magic that the hand signs produce. Like the bullshit. Like the hand signs are just how you activate shit.
Oh. Because I am actually curious then. What is the magic system then? So, like, because, you know, generally speaking, where you get like a system where it's like, okay, people have like powers based in some kind of thing, mana or chakras or, you know, whatever.
I believe
elements.
Yeah, I believe chakra is the like underlying source of magic. Like, you know,
right, like something internal, whatever. The point is that I'm wondering is, so how do moves work in Naruto? Again, as someone who's literally so fucking removed from it, I only basically know like the pop culture shit with it. Like, how does it work to activate something like a move or a power or whatever? A jutsu, I guess. Like, look at me messages. Yeah? It's useful one side.
To channel an elemental.
So it's useful one side not just Naruto, it's elemental. You use your chakra to channel an elemental release. Okay, but like, is there anything else that goes with that? Because what I was wondering is like, I remember the hand signs. What I'm saying is that, is there anything else you have to do then? If you don't have to do hand signs, do you have to say it? Do you have to like say the move or whatever you're doing, or like think it or whatever? Or is it just like you feel it inside you and then you like release it somehow? Or is it just like as simple as that? And then like, does it come out of your body, or can it like do anything anywhere? Like, can you make like the ground explode like 2 feet away just with like your internal power? And I also assume there's like, I mean, because you said there's like elemental shit. I remember, uh, yeah, I remember way back in the day, you know, when I would catch some episodes. I remember there was like a guy who used like sand, which I guess is like earth, and that was kind of neat.
Yeah, he's basically just channeling his chakra through the sand to move it, if I recall.
Okay, so like you combine elements within, like you feel it, and it goes through like your like body or like your spirit or whatever. And then it like comes out because like I'm trying to, I don't know, because again, as someone who like genuinely doesn't know diddly dick about that shit, like I just want to know like what are the ground rules, you know, for like how that shit like operates, and like what are the limits, I suppose. Like that's something that's interesting. Certain techniques are only able to be used by a specific clan family. How is that the case? Like, how is it that only a specific family can do it? Do they like pass down a chakra or whatever that only their bloodline would have, and like no one else can like create it inside themselves or whatever? Because if so, that's a hotbed for eugenics right there.
Oh yeah, there is a hotbed. There is a lot of eugenics shit in Naruto.
I guess it makes sense. Like, again, like it's like a long running thing, and it's all because like you know I don't know too much about it, but it sounds like there are rules, but it also sounds kind of like free flowy in a way, where it's like there can be mutations, and you can have certain abilities, but then you can gain extra ones from mutations, and only certain bloodlines can do certain things. So. And then you release it by just either doing the hand signs or thinking about it. I don't know. Like, it just sounds very loosey-goosey. Like, that there are some ground rules, but, like, it's, like, kind of malleable. Which I suppose is what you want for, like, surprises, you know, to make, like, the story interesting. Where it's like, how does this guy have that power? I don't know. Mutation. Fuck it. They stole his cells. They stole his cells. Wood release. Now that sounds horny. I'm just trying to think, like what is the method by which one can also say, like what is the method by which one can become overpowered in the Naruto world? Like, what defines a Naruto character being overpowered? Like, how would that be within, like, the rules of their magic system or whatever? Like, how does overpowered work then? Like, is it that you have a lot of elements that you can channel? Or is it that you've got, like, a lot of, like, creatures inside you or whatever the fuck they have? And shut something encouraging at you. You have a lot of chakra, which can also double as vitality. Okay, and so how do you get a lot of chakra? Can you get them through training, or would it just be bloodline? Like if you, so you're born with it. You can't train and make new chakra inside yourself. Well, you know, I make my choice of words very importantly because I know how to cater. Okay. And the answer to that would safely be hopefully no more than 2 or 3. Hmm. So generally, okay. So generally, like being OP in Naruto is like bullshit birth circumstance, and then you can just like modify that with training.
So, yeah, very eugenics happy.
Hmm. Interesting.
Eugenics and, was it Larmian evolution? Larmian?
It's interesting. I definitely prefer Attack on Titan in that case, where if you're overpowered, it's safe to say that life has genuinely fucked you over, actually. That's basically how. It's like a 1-to-1 ratio of like, if you have a lot of power in AOT, it's because you've lost everything else and don't have long to live. Or my other favorite from My Hero Academia, if you're overpowered, it's because your parents did eugenics and you should be mad at them for it. You know, it's interesting. I disagree with that, actually, Palmer. I don't think that's how it is. Like, just hearing about it, like, again, this is me just hearing about it, so, like, this is secondhand. But just hearing about how Naruto's system works, I still prefer, like, MHA's world, because, like, he wasn't gifted that power just because, like, why not? Like, he was genuinely born without anything, and it was his personal personality qualities that, like, made him worthy to inherit fantastic otherworldly powers, you know? Like, he had to prove himself as a person first, and then have power rather than just be born with power. And then he has to keep proving himself, like, routinely and, like, getting through that, like, kind of idea. Like when he considered giving the power to Miria, like that was a really cool thing and a neat thing to have to like overcome, like as like a thing. Because if you're someone who isn't like predisposed towards like really wanting to use powers for good and just like do good, the biggest one of the biggest hurdles to overcome will be like, hey, there's someone I feel could do a better job than me, or might be more worthy than I am. And like I have to get over this idea that like maybe maybe I don't deserve it. Maybe I've never deserved anything.
Yeah, the issue isn't being gifted powers necessarily. It's why were you gifted the powers? With stuff like Naruto, with like the various clans, they're gifted that power because of their family, which is, very close to eugenics. Very again, it's just your family. That's the reason why. Whereas the reason why Deku gets his power is because of who Deku is as a person. Not that he had to work to get his power necessarily, though he most certainly does work for it, just like how Naruto works to do his thing. Naruto still also got there because of circumstances around his birth. And circumstances around the life that was happening when he was born. Because, attack of the giant demon fox.
Like, I feel like there's also just enough in the world of fiction with, like, gadgeteer geniuses and whatnot without superpowers. Like, that's a very, like, stock superhero thing. Like, Batman's the obvious one, but there are several other heroes in comics, that, like, they don't have powers, they make powers or something. They get by, like, creating something or relying on some otherworldly force or something else, or planning really well or whatever. Like, I feel like that's not played out, but I feel like that's very well represented generally, which is why I actually, another reason I really preferred when I first saw My Hero Academia, why I really liked what Deku's deal is, because it's like, A, personality-wise, he literally proves that he's someone who should have ultimate power, but then B, it's not like he just gets it and then that's it. The rest of it is also, like, learning to use that power, because it doesn't just get handed to him and then he can use all of it immediately. Like, he still has to put in good work ethic alongside his natural, aptitude for just being a decent person. But it shows that those two things go hand in hand. Like, if you're a good person and you're committed to what you want to do, like, you will make the gains. Like, you will put your money where your mouth is if it's what you want. Like, people don't get motivated just because, I don't know, I decide to get motivated. That's not how that works. Like, people get motivated to do things they want to do because they want to do them. Because they feel in their heart that it's the right thing to do or what they're meant to do. Like, when you find your calling or whatever. And it's just, that's one of the things that I love most about it, because, like, just seeing, like, not just him, but, like, everyone in Class 1A and MHA is just, like, the amount of motivation and dedication those kids have, it's stunning, really. It's genuinely stunning. It's supernatural, obviously, to a degree, because, like, people in general, and especially teenagers, aren't generally that fucking motivated for self-improvement in, like, such a positive way. But, like, it's cool to see, because that's the point of fiction, you see things you don't see in real life, like, at all. And, like, see just that very, like, non-toxic, very positive view of self-improvement, where, like, it's a bad thing when you're like, I've gotta improve just to get stronger so I can do my vengeance, or I train alone, I just gotta get more powerful. It's like, no, it's like a community thing, like, hey, I help you get, like, better, you help me get better, as a person, and as a hero, as a fighter, and as a scholar, like, as whatever, Like, just being better people, learning better skills. Like, even communication came up in the hero exam and shit. Like, talking to disaster victims and stuff like that. Like, that is real shit. That's, like, real improvement. It's not just, like, muscles, And it's not just for themselves. Like, themselves is a key part. You gotta have that drive within yourself. I learned that in college, too. But it was just, like, it's that plus just genuine bettering of self through maturity and growth and working together, and the focus not being so much on the individual but on community. And that's definitely where the Japanese thing comes in, because, like, everything in Japan is done through either, like, community or committee. Like, there's very, very rarely the tale of, like, the one hero, the self-made man or whatever. Like, Japan's all about, like, their heroic stories are like, this is the tale of the group that came together to do X and Y things. and that's just like a part of their whole culture. You know, they value that more. Although they will have individuals, that is true. They will have that. Like there's that statue that's in every, not every. I think they stopped doing it now. But like it was a statue that was in front of every like Japanese school for a while. That was this one like scholar guy, and there was always a statue of him there to like represent like, hey, he, I don't know, did the whole like walk 10,000 miles to school thing or read every book. And that's what students should try to be like. What are we talking about now? I'm just, I'm going off on like how Japan generally views everything as community oriented. We'll sometimes have like the one person, very rarely, but they will have like the one person who did everything on their own or whatever. And the one I'm talking about now is there's this one that was in front of schools all the time. Like they put statues of him in front of schools as like an exemplary thing to like students to be like him, be like really hard studying and like really ingratiate yourself with like putting in the work to be a good student and learner. But now they actually don't do that anymore. They don't like put those statues up because they feel it puts too much pressure on students, or that it's like an unnecessary sort of thing to be like, you shouldn't idolize this sort of thing because they don't generally believe that one person can do it all, really. So it's like, it's just kind of unnecessary, so I don't think they put those statues up now.
Yeah. So is it Bakugo just in general specifically, or is it the archetype that Bakugo is?
Bakugo certainly is a character, and I can understand not liking him because a lot of people don't.
Just funny because I feel like there are also a handful of people who do. And,
no, there's more than a handful. I feel like Bakugo is one of those people where it's just like, if you do like him, there's an over 50% chance it's for the wrong reasons.
Oof. One of those characters.
Yeah, although thankfully it's not as bad as like Eren Yeager or anything. He hasn't genocided anyone yet that I'm aware of. I don't know.
But yeah,
manga's still ahead of things, so I don't know. Maybe he does.
But yeah, and like the thing is, the reason why so much happens beforehand is, again, just Naruto is written somewhat on the fly. Like, very much none of the history stuff that has been explored and revealed about the world of Naruto was planned when the writer started writing. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, that's just kind of a fact.
Yeah.
Naruto.
I love Naruto.
I'm assuming they is the Hidden Leaf Village. Why? Why would they capture all of them but then sell most of them? It's like, hey, we caught these like living super weapons that are like pieces of God. $50.
Why not do that? You get $50 out of it.
Which one was that? that wasn't caught by the Hidden Leaf Village. The one-tailed one. Okay.
The one-tailed fox, aka a regular fox.
Yeah, I do like what they do with the tailed beast, being that they're all plays on. And they're not even plays. Like that's like a thing in Japan, if I recall. The multi-tailed like animals that they're based off of. Starting with the one-tailed tanuki and ending with the nine-tailed fox.
Ooh. Sure do love tanukes.
Oh, the four-tailed beast is a monkey? Wait, wasn't the... Comes from the four-tailed... No, I might be mixing it up with the six-tailed one. I remember one of them was like a weird bug.
A bug?
Yeah.
That's a bit weird. I don't like those, they're bad.
The seven tails, one was a slug.
Hmm.
Six tails was the slug. Seven was a moth dragonfly. Because I remember five was a dog. That's the one I remember. Oh, and two was a cat. But... Yeah, I say dog with some asterisks because I do know that the writer did pull some weird things, exaggerating them from the mythological source, especially for the higher up ones. Like Aid is a weird bee octopus, if I recall. Bull octopus, my mistake. He comes from the land of I mean, the land of lightning. Which, incidentally, I see that Naruto has also once again pulled the black people get lightning powers thing that has shown up more than once.
Everybody loves Black Lightning.
Oh yeah, I forgot that all the hidden villages are supposed to be hidden, because I don't really think the Hidden Leaf Village is all that hidden. Woo!
Yeah, seeing black people in anime in general is a lot like that. Very rare.
Okay. Yeah. I don't remember if there's a thing to that at all, I just know that it's a thing that has happened more than once. I mean, no, it happened before Static Shock. Static Shock is just one of the more well-known examples.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, Vincent mentioned it earlier, there's the character Black Lightning from comics, and he's, like, from the 80s.
He was also on, what, like, Super Friends or one of those from way back.
Yeah. There's a worse example from DC Comics. Video linked above with Black Lightning. Oh. I will let Vincent watch that because, it's a 9-second clip, so I have a feeling I can guess its tone is,
We've never had Black Lightning before. Are you kidding? Oh, that's good. What? Oh, Jesus. Once you get black lightning, it's really quite frightening. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god. I mean, it's literally black. Like, it's... The lightning is black somehow. So, I mean, listen, okay? It's different, okay? It hits white girls differently. I'm just saying.
God damn it.
You can clearly see it in the clip, but it does.
Okay, 1 hot second again. Okay. Oh shit. Okay. Can you guys hear the thing I just turned on? I don't know if it's audible or not.
I don't have the stream audio on.
Well, can you hear it?
I hear music.
Well, no. On just in general, you can't hear the fan at all, Vincent?
Oh, the fan. Oh, that. Yeah, I thought that was already there. Because
No.
I didn't have the audio on.
You know, I just turned it on. Because, my room is starting to get a little hot, and that makes it hard to stream.
Yeah, basically, yeah, with that sort of thing, we've had enough mic problems before. I'm just gonna say, if anyone's got a problem with it, suck it up. He's dying, so.
I mean, I can try fun.
Let the fan exist. No, Jesse, put your foot down. Tell him to suck it up.
But being accommodating to my chat.
Stop being accommodating. You can't accommodate everyone, you might as well accommodate no one. I've had to suck up a lot worse. When I'm in the chat and there's 18 people having 40 conversations, I try as long as I can to not freak out, and then inevitably I have to leave. But, you know, I try to increase my tolerance.
Is this just because there was 2 conversations happening earlier?
No, this is in general. You know what I mean? Like, you remember, or you know that I come from like a life experience of talking to you and maybe one other person. You know what I mean?
This is true. I am aware of this.
Entire existence. So like having like a big friend group or whatever with like a lot of people talking, it's been a journey since our chat has gotten larger. And like the journey for me has been one of trying to keep my head from fucking open. I can't say I've been successful so far, but you know what? Every time I try until I can't anymore.
Let's see. So the reason we have so many Black Superheroes Luscious Powers is because of DC Comics and Hanna-Barbera. Interesting.
Hanna-Barbera.
I have the relative superpower in this group of just not being on the spectrum.
Oh,
Super Panda says that you're epic, Vincent.
Well, you know what? I accept that he thinks that.
No, he's correct. Listen to Super Panda.
I listen to no one.
I know.
Except for Karen when she's like, I'm looking for a lover. Wait, actually, we have that in the soundboard now.
Oh no.
I'm gonna play it. Or actually, no, we don't have looking for a lover. We just have the calling agape. I forgot. He keeps not getting the looking for a lover one. Well, whatever. Calling agape.
Oh,
There we
that's
go.
what that is. I didn't even know that's what she was saying.
Calling agape. I keep telling him to get the lover one, but he won't. Too cheap to pay royalties to use Black Lightning?
There's
Wait, to use Black Lightning for what?
royalties for a TV show. So they just invented a character who's just Black Lightning, but not. Which creates another black hero with electric powers, thus increasing the trend.
Wait. I don't understand. Wait, they were Warner Brothers needed to use Black Lightning for what now? And that they didn't want to pay for?
Black Adam, that's also DC, if I recall.
Okay, hang on, I'm watching the video. Do you have it, like, to start at the part? Oh, soul power. So what, essentially just like a lot of the Black Lightning likes are specifically because they keep wanting to use Black Lightning, can't, and then they're like, well, here's another one that's him. At least Static is original. Point is, fucking, what was the, that's what, I remember, this is reminding me of the fucking, the Key and Peele, Black Falcon sketch. I was just a fan of that. Except he was Green Falcon, I believe. Regardless, at the very least, I guess outside of Naruto, anime doesn't have to deal with this problem because anime doesn't include black people at all. Oh yeah. I mean, they pop up occasionally.
Yeah. Vincent is being a tad facetious, as he is wont to be.
Yeah, it's a bit upsetting considering that, like, anime generally will only have just, light-skinned people. Or they'll have people with hands, and that's, I guess, the most you get a lot of the time. But then it's like, no, sometimes black people will be there. Or, in the case of, like, Cowboy Bebop, America will just go ahead and co-opt one of the characters and be like, they're black now. You cannot deny this any longer. Like, I like that we did that with Jet in Cowboy Bebop.
I genuinely forget he's not black in the original.
I know! It's so great that we were just like, no, we've unanimously decided he's black now. And you don't get to say anything about it.
Because I was like, there's a black, like you said that, and I'm like, wait, who the fuck are you talking about? And I'm like, oh shit, yeah.
Yeah.
My favorite stream yesterday about an ARMS character not being black.
Does
What ARMS character?
Yeah, which one?
Twintel from ARMS.
Twintel?
Yeah.
I'll have to look that one up again.
Twintel. I think that's the one you like, Vincent.
Me? I never played ARMS.
Yeah, design-wise.
Twintel. Oh, I mean, she looks pretty great. Well, I definitely say she's darker skinned. I don't really know if she's black. Like, where does she come from?
Yeah.
That's what really is the deciding factor here.
Let's see, where does it say she's from?
Evidently, dark-skinned Vietnamese woman who is French by nationality. That's a lot of cultures.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on what circle you're in or whatever, or like who you're interacting with, what the specific circumstances are. Where it's like, if it's like a character in fiction, it can just be like whatever. But I would say that like generally, like just looking at her without knowing anything, so not being involved in like who the character is or whatever, like I would say like she would probably be classified as a black character. Mainly because it's like, in real life, you don't really get to choose. Well,
yeah.
You should get to choose what you are, like, really. But what I have found to be the case is that what you are is what your enemies would categorize you as. And so, if people who would seek to harm you would harm you because you're too dark-skinned, you're black, you know? Like, that's it. Like, you can't escape being a black person, because if you're going to be classified as black by racists, then that's how it is.
There are dark-skinned Asians with her same complexion. Her ethnicity doesn't look black to me as a black dude. Yeah. But for me, looking at Twintel is, if Twintel came up to me and said that she was a black woman, I would not question it. If Twintel came up to me and told me that she wasn't and she was Vietnamese, I would not question it.
Right. But since it's a fictional character, you just kind of have to go with what you feel.
Yeah.
But I would, as I just did, I explained why I would, just looking at this character, since I didn't play the game or whatever, just looking at her, I would say, oh yeah, there's a black character. Because, like, again, like, she's dark-skinned enough that I know that people who hate minorities would throw her under the bus as well, so thus black. Like, people gotta group together to fight back, you know what I'm saying? Like, you'll never escape what your enemies will call you. So you might as well just embrace it.
Let's see. Want to showcase a black character on Asian, they specifically show it off. Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, a lot.
Sometimes they'll do the bad thing lips-wise, but not always.
Yeah.
Like, one of my favorites in AOT, on Yonkapon, he's cool. And he's
yeah.
an actual black character.
Yeah.
Very rare to show up in anime, and
Yeah.
he does.
To the point where they literally ask him, why is your skin like that? Because they come from an island that has never seen black people.
Which is very analogous to Japan.
Very analogous.
But, like, that's another way to, like, codify it. If you're not gonna do any kind of, like, like, representation in terms of, like, facial features or whatever, if within the context of the universe, you have them being either discriminated against or, like, called out as odd in, like, the white world for being dark-skinned, then they're black. Like, if that's the case in universe, then they're black.
Yeah.
Because it's like...
Yeah. Ichiko Kurosaki versus Chad.
Chad? Oh, that's a good short name there.
Okay, let's look this up. Bleach. Ichiko's just the main character. And then... let's look up Chad. Okay, that explains why, yeah. What about Chad here? Are you just is it just facial features? Because, like, Ichigo's got, like, the standard anime, not really much facial features, whereas Chad here has a lot of facial definition.
Yeah, like, they will do that, probably. Because, again, like it says, it's usually in the nose that they'll do it, in Japan.
Well... oh, I thought you said on the nose, like, it's, like, really obvious.
Oh, no, like, literally, the nose will look different.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I feel like, though, in the case of, like, say, Twintel, that can easily be sidestepped if, like, the face isn't really important to the design. Or if it's, like, there's some kind of uniform style thing going on where everybody looks all same-facey, no matter what their complexion.
I don't think that's the case in that game, but yeah.
Is it not? Yeah, I don't know, I never played it. But then again, you gotta think, like, black Asians exist.
Yeah.
And are they not black,
Yeah. I mean, I literally live with one, yeah.
Right. And I believe, like, a black Asian can easily self-define as being black, and also, again, like, they're dark-skinned enough, like, that's just what the category they're going to be lumped into by society.
Yeah, the question is also, I also think, because in this case, Twintella... anyway, this is just the example with Twintella, so this doesn't hold with everything, but... Twintella is also a female character, and you can easily see a lot of things where they just kind of reduce, like, facial diversity for female characters, because they all want to look generically pretty.
Yeah, the generically attractive, facially appealing girl.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. I mean, yeah. That seems entirely believable. I mean, you are the one who has more experience on that, so seems fair.
Oh wait, so she's from France though. She doesn't have a backstory, but like, she is from France. That's like the thing with her. Movie star from France.
Yeah.
Interesting. So yeah, it's, I don't know. Could be black, could be not, but like there are black people in France too.
Yeah.
I still remember the one time, what was it? It was Idris Elba, I think, where like someone posted some kind of meme. I don't remember like what the meme was regarding. It was like a role for him. I think it was like the idea of him playing Knuckles in something, right? And it was like some kind of callback to the Ugandan Knuckles thing.
Oh.
And they put it down as like, well, Idris Elba is from Uganda, and then it was like put up like on, I think, on the chat or something, and I was just like, wait, that's racist. He's from London.
Yeah. Looks very Chun-Li in the face from the eyes and the pouty lips.
Yeah, but that could just be a character design thing.
Yeah, again, like, for me, the thing I would bring up is comparing all the female characters. Like, if all the female characters have relatively samey face, that I think, and not really, it's not really, it would be hard to quantify the data point, because it's clear that the artists did not bother giving them different faces. If there is actual distinction, then you're probably correct. Misanjo.
Oh, so you have an indigenous character.
Yeah, let's see Misanjo.
Where are they from, specifically? Misango?
Oh.
Can't really, I'm not sure how to say. Where are
Okay, yeah, he was not released originally, yeah. Because I remember looking up all the characters, and I never saw this guy.
So he's based on Olmecs. Interesting. That's a pretty old ethnic group there. Central America, yes?
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Because they never went south, I don't think.
Ermengol,
At least not as far as the
Ninjara,
fortune
Master
would
Mummy,
do.
Min Min, Mechanica. Got Lola Pop. She is a clown. Sanjo Springton. This is just a robo. Yeah, it's just a robo version of the main character. That's kind of funny. And Dr. Coyle, which is also a funny name.
Internet loves clown girls. I think the internet also just loves clowns in general. That's why Donald Trump is so popular.
But yeah, okay, back to what I was doing real quick. Okay. Okay, so let's go like this. Should have checked my notes a bit earlier. I should keep that there real quick. Proportions are fairly correct on what I need.
Oh, we got raw Zoom statements here.
Yep. Ba-da-ba-da. Yeah, it was going to be a front and back. This is the front, this was the back. But yeah, I just saw you the thing. So I'm redoing them. Yeah, specifically, I was going to do you a reference like this, but I can make it like the one you sent if you would like. I forgot, yeah, Rosimda has their thing on mute, so they actually can't hear me.
It's pretty fucking windy today, damn. Oh yeah, are you trying to come up with like a magic system, Palmer?
Well, those are always fun. I've also been kind of doing that.
Like, it is important, like I mentioned before, especially for like a big story, to have that kind of like flexibility in the rules. But like, it's also, you know, pretty important to like have a set of ground rules like at all, like to know like what it is they're working with and how certain things manifest. Because like a good example that would like justify, you know, certain things like calling attack names or whatever.
Yeah, like that. Like that's in Jujutsu Kaisen. They have that.
Right. Like, I was thinking like, what are the ground rules for like an operating for like a thing like that, right? Like, because mentioned like Naruto, they did the hand signs. They don't have to do the hand signs if they're good enough. So I guess they can just kind of manifest that. And like, yeah, like yelling out the thing. Like sometimes, like what you got to separate is like, when are they just doing it from like where is it from like it's part of the magic system. Like they have to do it. You know, they have to do something to manifest the thing in question. Or, yeah, like an incantation, like meet, like, certain requirements. Because, like, that's one of the things I like, you know, in Fate with the Noble Phantasms. They have to, with the exception, obviously, certain rules, because, again, rules are meant to be broken. With some exceptions, they generally have to say the Noble Phantasm name, because the name is a spell. The name is a spell that manifests the recreation of the phenomenon that the Noble Phantasm represents. It's like the classic one in Fate is Gable, where it's like, you know, the spear is called that, sure, but like when he says the name and it does the special stab, he's not stabbing you with the spear. The name is manifesting what the spear is all about, and he's stabbing you with the concept.
Yeah, whereas at the same time, he does have the spear Gable at all times, and when he doesn't say the name, he can just use it like a normal spear.
Yeah, because, like, you know, it's still sharp and a weapon. Nice and red, even though it's apparently made out of bone, which means that the creature it came from had red bones.
That or it's the blood on it, just that much.
I like the idea of red bones more.
Fair.
Yeah, Blaze Blue's magic, I remember, was like super great. Because again, in their world, magic is like an analyzable scientific thing. Like, you got like experiments like Arachne, you've got Kokonoe, whose like whole deal is, she's literally a fucking scientist.
Yeah,
but scientists that work with like harnessing magic, essentially.
I really liked a lot of Blaze Blue's fun world building, which makes me sad about how much I didn't like Blaze Blue's story.
Well, it kind of didn't have one, and that was the thing I did like about it, at least until they did for like Chrono Phantasma.
Exactly, like because like the first one also I kind of liked, yeah.
Yeah, where it was just like individual characters' journeys, and like none of them could coexist with each other.
Yeah.
Like, those characters had stories. There was a story of, like, what you could say generally happened. But, like, right, it's like a bunch of... It's almost... what's it? Like, Rashomon, right?
Yeah, it's very Rashomon.
Like, yeah, where it's like everyone has their own experience of things, but no two versions can go together. But, like, you can... Especially for, like, the sequel and looking back on, like... Well, without even regarding the sequel at all, just playing the first game, there is no unified golden route, right? It's just, like, you have to extrapolate what generally happened and what important beats happened. And except you don't. You could just decide that it all happened somehow, whatever.
Yeah.
And then just try to... And then when the sequel happened, you, like, apply it to that. Because Continuum Shift did a bit of that, too. Although it was a little more concrete. And then Chrono Phantasma was straight up just like, hey, it's just a solid narrative now. So, fuck you.
Yeah, but when I say that is that, like, I like that conceptually because I do like the world being a bit more of a lived-in world instead of shonen nonsense.
Yeah. Like the city and like the history, like that all exists and is important to the setting.
It's just
that there
like,
was this big battle with the beast and that societies live differently now and there's magic everywhere.
Yeah, like again, like, I love that. Like, I love that world building stuff. It's just like I don't like any of the characters.
I mean, I don't know, like, Jubei's cool.
Yeah, but Jubei's not a like a focal character. He's the backstory mentor character who they never planned on making playable until like the 4th game when they're like fucking fine.
Like, characters I remember actually really liking were pretty much just like, again, Kokonoe, Lychee, and Arachne, and like kind of Carl. Like, those are the ones that really stood out to me, anyway.
Yeah.
Characters I didn't like, bang.
Yeah, I guess I'm being slightly differentiated from likable characters, because there was a handful of those. Like, most of those ones you listed are, yeah, pretty damn likable. Versus, like, relatable.
Right, that's fair. I like Carl's dad, less... Well, I mean, I am a degenerate, but, like, less because of that. And more because Relius was, like, my absolute fucking main in Continuum Shift. Like, he was, like, the only character I genuinely got really good with. So, I just, like, he was easiest for me to use. So that's why I really wound up liking Relius. Like, his moveset was nice. But yeah, ooh, I also love the theme that they did. Like, I like that they had different music, right? It wasn't just, like, character themes. They had themes for certain matchups, too.
Yeah.
And, like, I love the matchup theme for Carl versus Relius. Such a great one. Just that it starts with, like, a soft acoustic guitar.
I'm somehow not at all surprised, Palmer, that you mained Taukaka. And
Taukaka
Rachel.
is also just fantastic. Oh, Rachel, she was a great character.
Oh, yeah, Rachel was great.
Her and Tager, I like. Valkenheim's cool, except like his whole thing is just kind of, he's whatever. He's just like a butler archetype, but like, he's a good one. He's nice.
Yeah.
I like when he sasses Cosmo. Yeah, Valkenheim doesn't do shit. No, he doesn't. Like, even a little bit. But like, when he does show up, it's like, oh yeah, you're a neat guy, but goodbye for the rest of the story. I did like the reveal that he was one of the heroes. Like, cause I genuinely didn't know that. Like, there were the ones that they were like, oh yeah, definitely this is one of the 6 heroes or whatever, like Jubei or whatever, and then they pretty quickly reveal that like Hakumen was there, and it turns out that's like Jen from the future or whatever the fuck, cause he got wrapped up in bullshit. But like, I remember like them keeping the lid on the Valkenheim thing for a while, and I was like, what? He was one of the heroes? Damn, he's old. I mean, he is old, like, physically he's clearly an old man, but, like, he's old. And then that Shazama was one, and it's just like, I always wondered, like, how that was supposed to work out. Where it's like, how is he one of the fucking heroes? And then it's like, oh, nobody could stand him. Understandable. That was Bang. You know, Bang just has the nail.
Yeah, the nail and no brain.
No brain, but nail. Big, large. Large nail. Bigger than him, actually. One thing I also really like is how they would do, like, specifically with what, like, Jin and New 13, the weird fucking personality shift with Ragna. That was always so fun to me. Like, I feel like, you know, it's certainly not uncommon in anime things to have, like, a yandere, you know? But, like, for a character to not be that trope at all, just to be a completely different character, and then just switch up into yandere when Ragna appears and have a completely different personality, I just thought that was really fun. I just like how they did it, and they never expressly called it out. There was never, like, a narrator or another character saying, he has two personalities, and another one comes out around his brother. No, that was just a thing you experienced. So if you were playing as Ragna or whatever, you'd always experience a very different Jin than if you were playing as Jin or, like, Noel. Just be like, wow, Jin just, like, really just wants to, like, kill and fuck his brother, maybe in that order? And then, like, otherwise, he's just, like, a regular, kind of uptight dickhead who does not seem like he would be that kind of bloodthirsty motherfucker. Like, he's just, like, kind of a dumbass who's also, like, weirdly abusive to Noel, and then it's kind of later revealed, like, why he is, but, like, still, like, he's just kind of a jackass commanding officer type. And then just as soon as his brother comes in, it's just like, Ragna, I must kill you. But yes, he is so rude. He's incredibly rude. Which, if I remember correctly, the explanation for, like, why he's so rude, like, to Noel specifically is because of, like, the latent memories of his sister or whatever, because she's one of the clones or some shit. I don't exactly remember how that works, because it's been a while. But, like, she's one of the... What was her name? Like, Sayaka? What was the sister's name? Saya? Saya. Yeah, that, like, Noel is, like, one of the ones... Yeah, she's the Imperator. I remember that. But even then, like, she's not. She's, like, being possessed or some shit.
Yeah.
But, like, they had to make a bunch of clones of her for some reason, because that made the new 13, like, series or whatever. And then Noelle was one herself, except, like, hers was a special one for some reason. I don't remember exactly, like, being lost in a lot of the plot. Like, it's so easy to get lost in the plot, because the plot that's there is, like, weirdly, like, malleable and fun in that way.
Yeah.
No, Noelle was not Lambda 11. Lambda 11 was just one of the regular series. Noelle was Mu 12. MU-12. And hers was, like, a special one for some reason. I don't exactly remember why. Like, I guess technically they could all start the apocalypse if they had Ragna, but I feel like it's like Noelle could do it on her own or whatever, something like that. But, like, she would never awaken. Like, being around Ragna, I don't think, like, triggered anything in her that, like, made her robot self. Like, I think it took, like, Hazama, like, fucking with her to do it. Because he wanted to end everything, because he just wanted to kill fucking Amaterasu. And also he was a dick because that literally is what kept him alive, so, like... I'm not gonna say you can't blame him, because you can. Because blame anyone who's being a piece of shit. But, like, you know, if, like, literally it was like, hey, so your entire life is now predicated on being a dick to as many people as possible. Like, the bigger the dick you are and the more people hate you, the longer you'll live, or else you'll literally die. If that was the case, it's like, well, fuck, man. Prepare for me to be an asshole to everybody. Because he does not want to die, so might as well just be an asshole. That is exactly why he's alive. I don't know the specifics of it, but I know that that's like what's powering his eternal existence. And if people stop hating him, he will disappear. He'll like literally cease to exist. So he has to be sustained on people hating him.
Which is why he is as big of an asshole as he is. Okay.
It's like, man's gotta live. But yeah, I'm fairly certain he wasn't. Yeah, he's Yuki Terumi, who is actually turns out is Susano. That's another thing. So this man gets 3 identities. Fun fact. But yeah, like, I don't know if he was always that way, or if it was something that he did to like become immortal through hatred. But that is his thing. But yeah, he's originally Susano, who then became Yuki Terumi, who then became Hazama. So he's like hiding through 2 layers of identity. And also the Susano hymn is like where Hakumen's body comes from or some shit, so his original form is like green Hakumen. But like I don't remember if he like turns back into that or if that's just a form that strictly exists in the past or whatever. Because I know like one of the Continuum Shift updates, you know, put one of the Continuum Shift updates put, you know, Yuki Terumi as a playable character. So it's not like he ever was actually like a character with a story or whatever. Because again, he like no longer goes by that identity anymore. Like that's strictly in the past. So like he doesn't get a story or anything. He's just a playable character. So like it might be some shit like that. I don't know if his like true form pops up in the story anywhere. But ultimately this man gets 3 forms with 3 fighting styles. I'd love to know what differentiates Susano from Hakumen, though, considering they're literally the same body, so somehow the fighting style would have to be different to justify like another form or some shit. Hazama's fighting style was fun though. Like, I couldn't really get used to it. I was never good at it, but it was cool, like having a character that was based on area traversal in like a 2D fighting game. You know, like he wasn't about like attack the enemy. He was about just latch onto the corners of the screen to dodge the enemy, and then give them little hits every so often, which is a very unique concept. Yeah. Yes. Because that much, at least, is based on, you know, Japanese mythology, where, like, Susano was one of the, like, the first, like, god after, Amaterasu, or, like, right before Amaterasu, one or the other. And he pissed Amaterasu off, and so he became immortal, and then he had to be cool to be a god again. Because that's the guy in mythology who, like, killed Orochi, you know? And he had, as a human, is when he had, the very famous, sword of Japan, what's it called? Kusanagi. Yeah, the Kusanagi, or grass-cutting blade, whatever the hell you want to call it. And, it's said to be real, and that it still exists as one of Japan's national treasures. They keep it in the palace. And you can see pictures of it. They've got like the 3 treasures of Japan or whatever, and the Kusanagi is one of them. It's in like a glass case. I don't know if it's actually magic. I have reasons to doubt that, but you know what? Maybe it is. Who knows? We should break into Japan and steal it. But sometimes you gotta break into Japan. Basically, I infinitely prefer the Susano from Okami, because he's great.
Oh yeah.
Like, he's a little shithead, but like, he's my little shithead.
Yeah. It'll be fun to get Alex to go through that eventually. Which, incidentally, if you're curious where he is, I buried him last week, remember?
Yeah, he's dead. Oh wait, Palmer got modded. What?
Oh, let's see what the mod is. Oh yeah, I'm gonna kill you. That got modded. For aggression.
It is fairly aggressive. Terami's existence is about that, so yeah. By the way, speaking of fighting styles, I was saying, like, I liked Hazuma's. I hate Terami's.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that being the case.
His is just not good. It's, like, based around using his supers. So you have to have, like, meter and shit all the time, or else, like, he's just literally not even an effective character. Radiant Gardevoir. What's his goal? Again, this is going to be me reaching, because again, I don't remember, and the lore of BlazBlue is weird anyway. But if I think, like, part of it was using the weird timey-wimey shenanigans. He caused the Great Beast to exist in the first place, and he was one of the 6 heroes to fight it, probably because it was causing a little too much of a rampage and would have destroyed everything anyway, and he couldn't have that. Especially because if it killed everyone, there'd be no one left to hate him, and he would not exist anymore, so he'd die too. Oh, Roslyn would like the goatee longer.
Make the goatee longer, please. Can do. Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm correct. I'm probably wrong about that, because it's been a while, and BlazBlue's weird, but that could... I have a feeling that was probably his motivation. Because, like, it is true that it took all those people together to do anything, because the Black Beast was, you know, a problem on that scale. Would have killed everybody. It'd be funny if I could say, well, at least that means Terami was able to help at one point. But no, because also from what I remember, like, he barely contributed to the fight against the Beast anyway.
Well, yeah, obviously. Anymore.
The whole point with him is not, like, he's a fallen hero. It's like, the point with him is, like, he gets worse the more you learn about him. He's just kind of a shitty person.
Yeah.
which is why none of the other heroes could stand him. And what, like, Vulcanheim's personal, like, mission is to kill him whenever he shows up. But I don't think you can. Again, unless everybody just stops hating him. There's always the question in a magic system where, like, ghosts or spirits are a thing. How do you kill them? You know? It's always something different every time. My favorite answer to that question is American Horror Story system with ghosts, where the answer to how do you kill them is, you don't. I'm sorry. They're just 100% OP creatures, and their only drawback is they're confined to an area except for one day every year.
Oh.
Yeah.
One I did also remember finding very funny was yours, actually, the magic system you made for one of your stories a long time ago, where certain kind of ghosts would come back. I think you called them phantoms.
Yeah.
And they could only be defeated if you killed them in the exact same way they died the first time.
Right, I remember that. I had, like, two types that were, like, regular spirits that were just, like, visiting ghosts or whatever, but those were usually, like, you know, they couldn't do anything, they would just, like, be there. And then there'd be phantoms where they would be incarnated, they'd have, like, physical forms and could do shit. But, like, the OP bullshit of, like, you can only get rid of them if you figure out how they died the first time and do that again. If I remember correctly, I also had a thing where they would have a mark of some kind on their body.
Yeah.
That would at least help to indicate how they died, but they could cover it up. So it wasn't like Siegfried's bullshit where it's like, oh yeah, his back and chest have to be open at all times to let you know, like, hey, there's the weak point. Which is why I love his summer outfit, where it's just like a nice business suit, and it's like you can't see it because the model never turns that way, but his back is completely open.
Why?
Because again, Siegfried has to have his back exposed at all times. Apparently clothing with incinerator or whatever over it, it's gotta always be open. So that you know where his weakness is if you stab him directly in the point on his back. So similar to Achilles' heel, except I'd wager that's probably easier to hit.
Huh.
But yeah, how Naruto handles what, Palmer? Like ghosts? Naruto has ghosts?
Obviously it has ghosts.
Like, okay. Death? Well, I'm sure it has death. People die.
People die when they are killed.
Oh.
Or so I'm told.
Yeah, we can't really be sure. Well, you mean that there is a character that is the concept of death? Like they have like a Grim Reaper guy?
No. I think I know what Palmer's gonna get to, and it's, oh boy.
Or is it just like how you have to kill people?
No.
Okay. Edo Tensei? Yeah.
Basically, you have a living as a vessel as a sacrifice, and that vessel is used to conduit to bring someone back from the Pure Lands, aka Deathland. The sacrificial vessel dies, and the other person is reincarnated. All you need is their DNA and the sacrifice, and it hardly costs the user anything to perform.
Well, I think like Alex, you and Alex have talked about that once.
Yeah, how death is very. Once they learn that, they realize death is fucking cheap.
Huh. And you can just do this repeatedly? Like what, you could just keep using the, like, different vessels or whatever, different sacrifices, and you just keep bringing, like, what, like one guy back over and over? Yeah, one at a time, I see that, but...
They
all the resurrection. Jesus. Oh, so no, you can have a bunch out. One copy of the person, okay. That is some crazy, fucking Dragon Ball level power scaling shit, man. When you, like, you don't even die. Like, people can just come back if the writer wants them to, for whatever reason. Can't wait for the greatest shonen manga ever that's gonna happen, where, like, there just are no fucking rules at all whatsoever, and no one ever dies from anything, and it's just the same group of people fighting each other forever. AKA, Congress.
So you need that big emotional payoff with your dead brother? Just bring them back!
Tell him he was a little bitch for dying in the first place.
And now he shouldn't have killed your family, even though your family was being very evil.
Did nothing wrong except the things you did wrong. That's the better stance on Eren Yeager right there. Like, he did nothing wrong except for all the war crimes.
All of them.
Or to put it another way, Eren Yeager did nothing wrong until season 4.
War crimes, schmore crimes.
Who even cares about war crimes? As long as it doesn't affect me, it's fine. 4 world wars in Naruto in like 50 years? Jesus. Oh, 100 years. I was gonna say, it's like, are we battling against Ghost in the Shell now for world wars over a span of time? Because that's about on par. My World Cup, yeah. Because what? The Ghost in the Shell had 4 world wars by the time the story starts.
Yeah.
Although, thankfully, 4 was non-nuclear.
Everyone loves non-nuclear World War IV.
The best one. Oh, I missed out on Karen's birthday lines. Evidently, she has 3. Okay, 2 actually. Are you talking about the what's it? The one guy in Madara or whatever fighting everybody? Because I've heard a lot about that. I've heard a lot of things that apparently it like had all the budget in Naruto or whatever. That's one of the pop culture things about Naruto I absorbed, was that there's apparently an amazing fight scene of the entire world taking on like one guy, and the one guy wins. Which is some fight scene shit that I would have come up with in high school. And in fact, I think I might have actually done. Oh, let's see. Madara versus Shinobi Alliance. Alright. Let's see, a bunch of nameless mobs versus a guy who has like a design. I wonder who will come out of this one. My money's on one of the many samey-looking bandana people.
When we put it that way, it sounds like it's almost a foregone conclusion.
Oh, they're screaming, they're letting out a lot of spit. Here they go, they're charging him with their Naruto runs. I mean, I guess it's Naruto, so they're regular runs for this universe. And then he just kind of runs through them. He put that man in the dirt. Oh. Oh, there's a floating guy. Oh, he's still going. He's got a sword now. He's going to town on him. Nope. Oh, yep, that didn't work out. Oh, yep. There goes 2 more guys. Oh, the one guy explodes now. Oh, there it goes. Oh, yep, he's still going. Yeah, all these guys, all these samey-looking dudes with the bandanas, I'm very shocked. They're, like, not winning. I'm really surprised by this. Yep. This sure is that one Naruto style of animation that I've seen and don't like at all.
What style?
Where they have, like, 2 frames, but they make everything look mushy, so it kind of resembles motion a little bit. Oh, yep, and then the clip is over. Okay. Also, Randy's here.
Hello, Randy. I'm streaming, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that clip ended, wait. Okay. Alright, there's another clip. Hang on. I'll watch this one now. Let's see. Here we go. Oh. Okay, he's making like a big bone guy. And the big bone guys, he's making hand gestures. Oh, they got the ominous chanting. Okay, well, they're fucked. Oh, literally, yep, but meteor. There it is. Oh, and the clip just stops. Yeah, so he summons like a guy, and then the meteor comes down, I guess. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay, yeah, here's the full clip. Okay, I'm watching the full clip then. So yeah, so he summons the Bone Man, doing the signs, and no one can just run up and stab him during this, or like shoot him.
Vincent, that would be rude.
That would be rude. So everyone's just like, wow, that's crazy. They're just kind of looking up at the meteor. Is this the power of a god? I mean, yes. To literally drop the fucking rock from the heavens on you, that's about as god as you get, really. So there's the meteor. Kind of looks like the big finger from Officer's Wrath. Is that really ninjutsu? Well, you know, I don't believe that to be the case, but I guess it is in this world.
Okay.
Never give up without even trying. Well, are they gonna go attack him? Oh no, they're gonna go attack the meat. Why? Is there a way to escape this? Will be restored shortly. Oh wow. He's gonna try to lighten the meteorite. What? Okay. Okay. Alright. So he just kind of grabbed the thing, said lightened boulder jutsu, and
Lighten boulder jutsu.
Yep, and then sand guy's bringing the sand out to also catch it. Just a tad more. Oh boy. Oh. He's screaming. Okay, rocks are coming down. They stopped it. Okay, so now it's just sitting there. Everybody's cheering or falling down for some reason instead of, like, going to attack the guy or do anything. And then, here comes the reveal, I guess. Yeah, what will you do about the second one? There's another one! Well, you can just do the same thing, right? Lighten that one too. Drop this one, go up to the other one. That was fucking weird. That was great. Okay, let me catch up on all the comments while I was watching that.
Yeah.
Okay, so the skeleton thing keeps people from attacking him, but then it went away.
Okay. Hand signs are a free action. Sure, it's like talking.
Raid White skill issue. Real shit. It's my favorite sort of thing with, like, OP characters, where it's like, after a certain point, or hell, even before a certain point, they're like, what do they do to defeat an entire army? I don't know, they summon, like, a super attack that can just kill everybody. Just everybody at all. Just all the time. Fuck you. So I'll give this guy, I'll give Madara some real props here. He can actually fight. Like, before or after, I don't know in what order the clips take place. Like, I assume before he dropped the meteor. Like, he was in there. Like, he was fighting. Like, he was doing it to it, you know? He had his shit he could actually do. Catching weapons and redirecting them and shit. Like, that was cool. But, like, you know... Like, it just makes me think, like, Gilgamesh, right? Like, Gilgamesh, everybody loves that motherfucker. And all he does is shoot big weapon. He can't fight for shit. When you actually go up to physically confront him, his response is, I'm gonna back away and try to keep using my super weapons. Whereas then Emmy is like the inverse, where like he only fights physically, but at any point he could pull out the super sword spam weapon. He just never does it.
But yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Like, it wasn't too big on the animation style, but, like, yeah, it was good. I really liked when they were really getting into it. Like, my favorite part was probably definitely when he fucking, like, he took the kunai with the thing on it, caught it midair, took the talisman off, put it on the other guy, and then shot the kunai back at the first guy. That was cool. That was bitchin'. I love that kind of shit, especially just in general, like, not even redirection, just when, like, a character can catch a flying weapon, you know? Like, it's very generic, like, people do it all the time, but I fall for it every time. It's one of my absolute favorite tropes. Like, it happened in Nimona, like, 3 times. Where she like I love the one in the closet where the arrow's bouncing around and she just like catches it.
Yeah.
Like that shit's cool. Reflexes are great.
Yeah. Anywho.
Oh, there's another one?
I have
What's this
finished the doodles. What we ended up with, or pull it up.
Ashirama versus Madra. Here we go, okay.
Yeah, we got Dizebolt drop kicking a sandbag while turning into Bowser. One of Frost's D&D buddies about to hit someone over the head with a flail. Half Cat Kagura. Wernimal the Ray. His tail is even Oreo colored. It's very funny that way. Wernimal the Bee. And then work in progress for the ref, because I know Zim wants a full version, which I will make at a later point.
Well, I do like the giant wooden Buddha.
The giant wooden Buddha.
Oh, it can move independently of its wheel thing.
Any thoughts of your own on the ideas? What ideas? Or are you talking to the thing Vincent's doing? The sketches.
Well, he's grabbing the guy now. Well, there's like an Asura.
This is no. You can tell we've been streaming for about 5 hours. I'm starting to yawn and getting hungry, but yeah. Nothing really to say on the Bowser one. Fun pose, it's interesting. Similarly, not much to say on this one other than just like nice fun pose, and hopefully it's what you wanted. Half Cat Kagura is adorable. And I am somewhat tempted to color this one, but we will see.
Okay, I guess the clip's over.
Yeah.
I will say, wasn't particularly as impressive as that, but you know, it was fun that. So it was like two guys, and they both just kind of summoned big boys, and the big boys just kind of put their hands on each other, and there it is. But somehow that filled up 3 minutes.
Naruto! This one's a fun coloring.
Hey, I mean, at least it wasn't flashbacks. I mean, that whole thing was a flashback, I guess, but still, whatever.
Again, I just coloring them usually just like, oh, it looks very nice. I like how this turned out. This one feels like it's the start of a sequence, just because you can tell like the arm's gonna bust through and other stuff. I assumed Wernimal wanted a fluffy bee, but they also mentioned the stung part, and I didn't really know how to translate that out without being an early TF, so that's what I did. And then this is a reference picture, which is just pretty standard poses for scale. It's going to get blown up, colored, and more details added, because this is a small little canvas that I use for doodles. And not on stream, but I also, again, did this, which is why I just have this on screen still. Vincent, look at this.
What, the guy? For Ross M, you mean?
No,
Or... Oh, was this a map?
it's a map.
Map!
Yeah, I made
The sea is direct.
The sea is Serek. Yep.
Direct. Valheim. What is this in terms of thing?
This is just me sketching a detailed part of a fantasy map I've had in the back for years, because I just have a fantasy setting I work with occasionally and try to figure out how I want its magic system to work. And this is me drawing a more detailed section of one part of it. For scale, here is the full map.
Let me see when it comes up on the...
Oh yeah, I'm not streaming to you, that's why.
Yeah, I gotta have a delay. Here it is. Oh boy.
And
It is a full map. I especially love how it's almost Earth.
yes, that was intentional.
Yeah. Like, like 90% of North America and, like, roughly the shape of, like, Europe and, like, North Asia are just kind of, like, they're fine. They're normal. And then everything else is different.
Yeah. But yeah, if you're wondering...
Madagascar is also completely untouched. And Japan. No, Japan's upside down.
Ah! They just went topsy-turvy. But, yeah, this part right here, zooming this fucking far in, that's this.
Oh, what, you mean the purple part?
No, this part right here.
Yeah, so that, the Sea of Sarek part, or whatever.
This whole, area over here is the Sea of Sarek.
I see. Like the Insulindian Peninsula.
Yep. And this giant purple thing is an eternal hurricane that's just stationary, stuck in the center of the ocean.
I like this. I like that there's like an island there too.
Yeah.
It's just in the almost the epicenter.
It's in the eye of the storm.
You know some fucking amazing, like the Tempest ass people live there. Like, that's where the Caliban is.
Yeah.
Like that motherfucker, that storm is holding him in.
That storm is doing something, because that thing wasn't there originally.
Oregon is just like the Tempest, and it's being whipped up by the wizard, so he doesn't have to have visitors.
Yeah. He's been pissing off everyone around this goddamn ocean, because it makes this very difficult to get from one part to the other.
Yeah, well look, their feelings don't matter.
But yeah, so I might, for future Daily Doodles, make more of this map high-detailed sections. And then I can stitch them together. Wouldn't that be fun?
I love stitching.
Yep. And maybe one day I'll actually use the setting that I spent time on something.
Look, that's just the trials of, like, being creative and having the actual impulse to, like, do work on things you think about.
Yeah.
That they will manifest, and they don't even need to be connected. Like, things will just exit your brain.
More useful than making a Minecraft server.
That's true. Unless you make money off Minecraft, in which case, no, then the Minecraft server would be more useful.
Oh, god damn it.
I'm going through all the people I haven't gotten the birthday messages from yet. I gotta check them. well, I think I already got the message from Charlotte Corday before. So, yeah. Dayon's birthday message is sweet.
Yeah, good night. And yep, I will remember to post those.
Yep.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Good night, and have a nice shit.